Good morning. Ugh, my voice. Almost ready, one sec. Sorry, trying to wrap up something I was doing right before the start of the session, and I don't want to forget to do it. But I'm almost done. Okay. Hi. Sorry. I'm just, you know, playing my solo Pyanodons run a little. Is there something wrong with me and I have 2 saves? I don't know what to tell you. Just gotta set up some moss farming, and then I'm good. Ugh, that painful early game stage where you don't have all the resources you want whenever you want. But there's one thing I'm excited about, and there is a reason why I keep on playing my solo save here and there at night. And the reason is that it helps me to learn the game mechanics that I missed out on. Specifically, oil. All I remember is being, like, super surprised at how many damn pipes there were everywhere, and it was crazy to me. But now, I'm less scared of it. Grow moss? Moss growing. Job's done. Okay, all I want to show, and then I'll host the save, is my pipe management, because that's the thing that I was trying to practice. And I think that that looks quite nice. I did not realize how important it was to keep glass production near, like, all of the different oils and fuel value type liquids, because it doesn't matter what you try to burn, you're pretty much never going to have enough of the thing you want to burn to just, like, run glass production always. But if you just pump random shit into both sides and every point in between, then works fine. Also, I have no idea what the hell's going on with some of these fluids. Like, I think it's absolute evil incarnate to have made the symbol for anthracene oil look like that. And the symbol for naphthalene oil looks like that. Like, why would they do that? They're identical. They do not look any different at all. There's two circles there and 3 circles there, but from a practical standpoint, they are damn hard to tell apart. I like this style that I did here on the destructive distillation columns a lot. Just go max underground distance directly from the thing in order to like reserve space to do more oil stuff later. I should have done that with the power processing units too. Anyway, that's just a completely different save. Don't worry about it. Official images of the molecules. Okay, you might notice something a little bit different. A couple things that I've changed since yesterday. I'm playing on 100% UI scale instead of 125. This is what I usually play on. And I realized that it's kind of big. Kind of covers like the whole damn screen. And it's Pyanodons kind of makes it too much. So I tried going back to 100%. Took me a little while to get used to the smaller font, but I do like being able to see all of the entities like on each page now. I also took the time to go through every single mod setting, like line by line, and try to figure out what they do. There are a couple that I think people who are going to join the game should change in the mod settings per player category. Specifically, shuttle train refresh. I recommend changing it to selection dialogue height 2, because then it looks like this. And it just shows like the 2 places that you're the most likely to click. Like, either go to the mall or go to the old mall. And if you're not, you can still search. I want to go to Kikulk. And that didn't help at all. Must not have named the station about iron. Okay, well, I don't know how to use that feature, but I like having the button be a lot less annoying. See, there were like 3 or 4 ones that I found that I liked. Initial station selection category, last opened category, so if you are showing all stations or showing last visited stations, if you have more than just this, or if you're filtering stations by having the PAX category, whatever you chose last will be what it opens up with, and that's on a per player basis, so. This one was off by default. So recipe book, I turned off mod owners, which is kind of irrelevant. Like I don't care if it's part of. It just adds an extra like line to every single thing that says which mod it's from, which is mostly irrelevant except for debugging. But search materials only is kind of a big deal. So when you're in recipe book, I only show 3,127 results, and that's with unresearched. So right now, based on our tech, we have 817, and then with all unlocks, 3,127. And if you turn show materials only off, which is the default, now there are 9,271 results in the all tech screen, and about triple as well in the what we have tech for screen, 2,547. You'll notice a lot of like duplicates everywhere. Because it shows mechanical inserter and then it shows mechanical inserter recipe, which might be useful for certain circumstances like combinators and stuff, but if you just click mechanical inserter, then click recipes, then you end up here anyway, and you don't need to have it show the recipes to get there. Like, it doesn't... You don't lose functionality by turning on show materials only. Again, to demonstrate, if I go here, go to recipe, now I'm in the recipe. So it's just like, really good. Trim the fat on all of the icons. Don't have doubled up entities. Like, very good. Recommend that one a lot. And there was, I think, one more. There's some buttons under GUI Unifier that people could use. Like, I turned on no frame for the top buttons. Disabled the factory, the Pyanodon wiki button because it just literally doesn't do anything. So we got that going for us, which is nice. Insert a throughput, I turned the toggle button off because I never turned that off. I just got rid of some of the buttons that are pointless. Oh, and then there was one more thing under CyberSyn. These two options on the bottom, under per player, prefer stack input when possible and convert all item and fluid signal values to negative values. This will not affect network masks or the special CyberSyn signals. All item and fluid signals will be converted to negative values when entered into the output signals area of the combinator. So I haven't tested it, but my assumption is that that makes it so that it just automatically makes it negative for you. You double check that that is true, and that it's not expecting positive values now. If I want boxes, so notice how it defaults my cursor to, instead of the item slot, it puts it to stacks. And then I'm just going to try like typing 60. And it automatically went negative. Easy. Much easier. Can't get it wrong. Nice. I think that was it. If you don't have force inventory insert turned on, I think you should turn it on. It's another per player setting that is really, really useful. What that does is it says if you open up an entity, like a machine, and you're trying to get rid of your shit, and you just control click your inventory, or you open up like a box and it's got restrictions on it. Too bad. I'm the player. Do what I want. Standard behavior in Factorio is that you can't force control click stuff into the red either. But that's stupid because I'm the player. I do what I want. As far as I'm concerned. Large my monitor. I still have three 1080p Dell 2414s. They are getting kind of old. They're like 7, 8 years old, 9 years old maybe now. But they work still. They have had never had any issues, so like I don't really feel like I should get rid of them. Fish. We do fish. How's the queen doing? Both are working. Any new queens yet? No. Yeah, I don't like the small font. You know how I feel about, like, not being able to see things in general. It's like a big part of how I decide whether I want a mod or not is if it makes it easier for me to read, easier for me to not get tired. Like, you guys know that reading small fonts for long periods of time can make your eyes tired. Makes your brain tired, too. But I like bigger fonts, I like bigger UIs, and I also like the clarity that it gives for recordings so that people can actually read it if they're not watching at 1080p, like if they're watching on a tablet, or if they're on their phone or something and they can only get 480p or 720p. It's kind of nice when you can still actually read. what's going on. But it is nice being able to see the whole thing. So I'm gonna play with it this way for today. It does feel weird. I turned out a setting also. I think it was a per player setting. It was something that I was able to change in the current save, so it might have been under map. Well, all of these things can be changed in the current save, actually. You just have to reboot the app. I noticed that this was here. I don't remember this being here before. I think this might be part of active development for Pyanodons. Biocranes. Low throughput, high item stack size crane. Work in progress with without new graphics and may be subject to large balance patches. Interesting. Well, if I did change something else, I can't remember what. It's got stuff in one cargo wagon, but not the other. That's not right. Did you try pasting the blueprint over top of the station? That's the go-to. Just try again. Hopefully you don't have too many requests to... In fact, I think you can do this. If you just were to grab the CyberSyn combinator, put it in a different block, and then control right click the CyberSyn combinator. Now you can add that. Just paste right over the block. Did you manually clear it, or did it get fixed? I will admit that last night I experimented with doing some very, very dirty things with the ore moving mod. I'm not going to do that in this save, but I forgot how long you start Pyanodons in the burner phase. And I got really annoyed by not having electric mining drills and having to constantly, like... you do this thing where you're like, okay, I'm going to do this row. And now, a little while later, I'm going to have to, like, move my entire mining grid by 2 tiles so that it covers everything. So I experimented, and turns out you can just do this. And just like neatly arrange all of the resources into rows of 2. It takes a little bit of effort, and if you misclick, then you waste resources, but who cares? And then you can place the crappy mining drills, and you never have to worry about it doing the stupid thing. So yeah, it's a bit cheesy, but I had to experiment. I really like the mod. I think it's a great addition. Alright, this stuff was like roughly... there. Good enough. Do one more. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, what am I doing? Right, at the end of yesterday's session, we... Oh, the other thing that I did that is definitely very noticeable is I turned off a setting that I've had on for ages under debug called Show Train Paths. I think it's called Show Train Paths. Go rail paths, maybe? Anyway, it's the thing that made all the colored, like, indicators go everywhere. At first, I really liked it because we only had a couple trains and like I was totally out of the mode of watching out for a train because they weren't actually going anywhere yet. But now, I kind of like having it off because it looks cleaner. So I did do the thing though where I didn't really sleep wonderfully. Woke up too early yesterday and then struggled to go to sleep last night. I don't know why this always happens to me, but like... Also, where's my, why don't I have any... Huh. We don't have any logistic, availability for refined concrete. Not weird. Probably a good idea to figure it out again. Probably gonna just crush gravel. Is there not? I feel like there's a way to make water have a default, like, why do I have to specify the temperature every time? It's annoying. Oh, there we go. Derp. Just learn how to read, Arumba. Jeez. I also wonder, is there a way to, like, do this by building instead of by items per second? Maybe. It sort of annoys me how, like, I'm shooting for... I've changed it a couple times now. 2.6 refined concrete per second. But that wants 1.04 washer mark 1s. And I want it to just say 1. Say 1. It's like round, I want to make it one machine, you know? And if I put it at 2.667, which is like where it actually seems like it wants to be, then this one is at 1.07. Gross. Well, it looks like clearly the easiest way to do this is just find a sand deposit and go make a bunch of sand. Do we have slacked lime? No. I changed the setting and it looks like it's broken the ability to queue on an entity and have it automatically set the recipe for you. So I'm gonna have to undo that one, sadly. The per player option under recipe book. I thought. Oh, it's because I'm getting defaulted to the Factoriopedia. Why the hell does that happen? So dumb. Factoriopedia needs, like, there should be a mod that just, like, deletes the Factoriopedia completely while you are, playing with recipe book. It's because, oh, interesting. It's because of, recipe book itself. I think that's a bug. Yay, bugs. Well, that's annoying. Maybe I can just copy and then go here. Wonder what that even means by copy. Copy. Can't control V and paste it. So what do they mean by copy? Oh, to like paste between different builds or something maybe? Pasted item is incompatible. Yeah, weird. Alright, so I can either make lime from slaked lime, whatever, however you pronounce that, or limestone and coke. And I assume that we actually have... It's not what I want to do. That's funny. So if you alt left click while you have Factory Planner open, it forces the Factoriopedia open. Once you're in the Factoriopedia, if you alt left click after having rebound the keyboard shortcut, then it opens up Recipe Book behind Factoriopedia. That is very silly. I think we have enough coke and limestone. Oh yeah. Why is this in here twice? I don't get it. Okay. Okay, limestone's already in the way. Trying to actually understand what the hell I'm doing here with this. I'm not super familiar with using Factory Planner, but I've seen some pretty interesting ratio builds that make me want to practice with it and get better. One machine, 0.13 machines that I'm not having to worry about because we're just going to import this. Speaking of which, I need to import iron. Oh, nice, iron's right here. Ideally, I would have stone nearby. Hey, look, that little tiny patch from the old mall. It's just chilling up there. That doesn't belong there. Way too far away. Much better. Shh, you saw nothing. I'm gonna die to a train today, aren't I? Almost for sure. But I've turned that thing off. It's okay, I'm willing to risk it. Also, what am I doing? I need to use the splitter approach, because this is stone. Got Kerrigan in it. Totally forgot about that. I remember there being a keyboard shortcut. It was like shift in the up arrow? Yeah, you can move the grid snapping. While you're using the blueprint, and it actually updates it permanently inside the blueprint. I don't know if you guys can tell, but like after using the R key and like getting used to this feature, it is wonderful. It is so much easier to actually build turns and stuff. Well, I probably do not need 90 stone per second, but that's what I'm bringing. Hmm. Oops. It's the other way around. Well, I have 30 items a second, so I guess I'm gonna make a lot of concrete. Just having to break the world. We gotta utilize our space, you know? I'm realizing that I don't actually have any jaw crushers. Nice. Still need some of this gravel, though. This is 6 per second, and you only need 4. If I just take from the middle, it'll overload. It'll overload eventually. And then it'll work out just fine. Okay, one tiny little machine doing the actual concrete. Is you. You're gonna have my sand. Planning on doing 4 jaw crushers based on the amount of stone that I have. Just 4 times 4 times 2 sets of it is going to be 32 items a second, and I've got 30. I guess I'm actually going to... Wanted me to do how many? 0.59 and 0.44. Split over 2 different, like, subtasks of it. Multiply the total number by 4. Yes, I'm going to use a calculator because I don't want to mess up. I'm tired. Me? Overbuilding? Surely not. Okay, so I've multiplied everything by 4, but I still only need half of a machine doing that, and only 0.13 of a machine making the actual concrete, so... Weird. I don't have any water fill. How'd that happen? Usually I've got 200 on me. I do have 200 on me. What the hell? Right. Totally forgot about steel. It is so much faster to set up stations now. Having it automatically go to the stack spot. And then also... Not having to worry about typing it negative or not. Love that change. Lime. That's bullshit. I'm not sure why I suddenly decided that concrete is like the biggest thing that needs to be worked on, but I'm not going to regret having more concrete. Refined concrete, rather. It could just be that it's not attached to the grid or something, and I wasted all this time and I should have just gone looking for it, but... like a reasonable way to start the day. Okay, you also want steel. This thing is so much faster, so... Alright, altogether, I believe I'm supposed to actually have 4 of these. Don't I carry landfill? Hmm. Well, this didn't end up as organized as I was hoping it would be, but should still work. This one's not actually very able to get out. Well, that was certainly something. Oh my gosh, there's no depot over here. It's like a double depot. Okay. I guess we go down here then. Why is the fuel not getting over? Now the problem with, like, this is what it usually ends up happening when I use Factory Planner. Factory Planner is like, oh, you want to shoot for a certain items per second? Great, well, here you go. Here's weird numbers. I can't tell if it works or not. Like, in theory, 4 machines making refined concrete needs only 0.53 making iron sticks, only 0.13 making concrete X5, and 2 doing gravel. 3x gravel, 3x gravel. No, I've got a total of 4 machines. Which I guess I've already got double that. Maybe math is hard. Crap, does that mean I need to double this whole thing again? I think that is what it means. Either that or I could just delete this, but I already built it, so surely I can just, like, mirror entity reverse, right? This will be easy. I totally forgot I had splitters. Whoops. That is supposed to be the sticks. Isn't it? Yeah. I must send a copy tie enough up to get this part. The steel, it's supposed to be a hybrid line of... I have steel and iron over here. Running through... Here. Here. Okay, that could be done. Can you tell that I didn't sleep very much last night? Like, this is like a strange direction. But I need my refined concrete. It's very important. Well, let's see what production rates calculator extreme thinks. They're all running? Question mark? It will be if I can... Why aren't you running? What's wrong with you? You have no steel. Because there's a piece of belt in there. In theory, if you had enough, which I don't think you actually do, need another belt of gravel, another belt of stone, of sand, and 5 items a second of limestone, possibly, depending on if it's actually expecting full uptime. Whatever, it makes stuff. You get killed by a train. This is scary. Is there any reason to not use the matrix solver? I've never used it before. Talkmore explained it to me once, but I don't understand, like, its purpose. Matrix solver, on the other hand, can deal with loops and byproducts. Oh. Well, yeah, that would have maybe been useful for this build, possibly. Well, let's try doing a new one with matrix solver instead and see if it's different. And then I'll feel dumb. Choose unrestricted items. Well, that did get me to the solution a whole hell of a lot faster. Import limestone, import coke. Roughly 30 some stone per second. I end up with 8 machines making fine concrete, which is where I did end up. 0.27 making the 5x concrete. This claims I need 8.3 of the gravel crushers, not the 8 that I have. these ones here and here are on Gravel Crush. And these two are on Sand Crush. I don't actually have 8.3, but I do have 3.56 of this one. Oh, it also claims that I need a lot more. I really need 2 more high pressure furnaces. Got it. Well, that was pretty cool. I like the matrix solver now. I didn't realize that there was a specific purpose for it. Wrong machine. They look like they're still getting reversed. I can't tell if they are or not. Where did that lime go? Here? Look at that mess of belts that I ended up doing that spaghetti, Jesus. It is very useful to confirm that it's getting everywhere that it needs to. Okay, well now whoa, even chat's smaller. Now I'm gonna re-chat and then realize, oh wait, we already have tons of concrete. I didn't need to do any of that. In fact, I probably should have just like checked first, like is there just a bunch of concrete? Because then I could have just, like, skipped that whole step. No, there's no concrete stations. It was necessary. We have over 400k reinforced concrete. What? Well, it wasn't in logistics. How was I supposed to know? You didn't expect me to actually, like, read and pay attention, did you? Alright, so no one's messing with the sea sponge yet. Does that mean that I have to do it? Okay, how do you do a sea sponge? I already have sea sponge. Okay, right. I already have a sea sponge. Wait, how are my lobsters doing? They don't have any eggs. Because there's no stone wool. There's no stone wool because there's not enough steam, of all things? Wow. Probably does not need fast inserters. 2.31 per second times 2. 2 yellow inserter is fast enough. Well, 2.5 plus 0.75. We would need 3 yellow inserters. I guess upgrade one of them. I want to really make sure that we have lobsters. Stone wool is incredibly easy to make. Wait, I can make stone wool really well at the place I was just working. There's tons of stone. Don't kill me, trains. Trains are certainly going pretty quick these days. High pressure furnaces. Come up with a layout in here. Called stone something or other, right? Yeah, stone wool. Let's see, that's 8 machines? No, 6. "30 stone per second" is only 1 yellow belt because it came from a stone mine, so it's stacked. What else is this thing used for? Do I need to make a ton, or is that silly? Whoa, used for a lot of crap. Simics. Cadaver. Okay, we're gonna make a lot of this. I guess I'll probably need to at least let there be a little space to actually put the resources in, right? If I bring in a stone belt that I know has 30 items per second on it, and I want to feed 30 stone per second to 30 stone per second worth of machines, but I've got a total of 6 splitters. First, I'll need to split the stone, one for the top, one for the bottom. No, 30 is for this whole thing, not split. 2 belts of stone. But I do split it. Oh, I think I know what I do. I do this thing. Okay, so now I've got 2 belts. This belt needs to feed. So I need a 1 to 3 splitter. Although using loaders means that it'll just fill up eventually. Really don't need to. Much easier to just let it do loader things. This makes a grand total of 6. Needs slightly more than 1 belt of coke, though. Okay. Well, I've got 2 belts of stone here, so let's just do no more 1 to 3 thinger. We'll send this one to the right with priority. You go left with priority. Here's my 30 stone per second. Or sorry, 60 stone per second. Then from down here, I'm gonna have to bring two belts of this. Also need steam. Looks fine. Stone, stone. Coke, coke. Mm-hmm. Doesn't really matter how I get it up there. Matters is the it's this part. It's a little bit big. Throwing nitrogen in two places for some reason. Hey, look here. If they're all together. Okay, stone. Shouldn't matter what side they're on. This part. Can't make any. Still need steam. Not worth a fluid requester for one. One thing there. Do it here. This isn't an EU5 channel anymore? Not lately, not during the beta. Or during the post-release game state. It's just not a particularly fun game. We're not actually delivering Steam? Wait, what? It has complexity without depth, somehow. Only one station providing Steam. Even though that station is the one that burns all the things. I don't think that this ever got fixed properly. I want to do different logic there. That's my next project. That station should be doing so much more steam than it does. March of Eagle. March of Eagles? Yeah, it's been forever since I heard of that game. Of course, we have Coke here. Maybe just make my own steam. How much steam are we talking? 720 steam per second. Ways that we can make steam. 7.5 steam per second. Oil burning boiler. What's 60 steam per second? Burns any flammable fluid and creates 60 steam per second. That's fluid, not solids. Can the place that makes steam actually generate the 700 steam per second that I'm asking for? If they all had fuel. They make 2,500 steam. $336 boilers. That's a big if, though. It would require 37 Kerrigan per second. I don't think we actually can even deliver that much with trains. So let's check and see if we have any flammable fluids that I could import and burn, or that are nearby. Like, say, coke oven gas. That's flammable, right? That'll turn on fire, probably. Electricity. Did I miss a recipe? This does happen to me a lot. More often now than it used to. Steam. I'm showing just these two. Oh, is it because of the temperature that they're in that group? So generated by and recipes are two different things. Got it. Whoops. And the temperature doesn't matter here, so... Import lard and nichrome. 200 steam a second. I've under steam a second. Wow. I would need aromatics. I don't need that much actually. 720. I'm just gonna keep looking. Well, let's try factory planner again. If my goal is to make steam. It's 120 steam per minute. It'd be nice if this tooltip told you what the steam per second was before you click it. Like when I place the building, I can hover and see it's 250, but right when you're doing this, I don't see in here where, I mean, it tells you the crafting time, 4 seconds, so I guess you could do the math yourself, but like, why not just tell me the rate? Why are there 2 different tooltips, you know? It's very, very easy to miss that a crafting time is 0.3 instead of 4 or something. And one of these could be significantly better. Yeah, didn't we have like just plain old electric boilers? Like, why can't we just use electricity? You set water on fire. "25 megawatts creates 60 steam a second. I would need 720. All of them times 25 megawatts, 300 megawatts seems a bit high. That's why. Well, it seems to me like lard is something we should have. There's 12,000 lard. That recipe looks really easy. And it creates oleochemicals. Really, titanium plate doesn't matter that much, right? Good for plastics, but we have 12,000. Nichrome or titanium plate, either way. This one also creates glycerol, though. Let's steam to 250. Interesting. But I don't need it to be that hot. Logically, if it has a higher temperature, it's harder to get at higher temperature, so you're spending more work to get it to that level, and I don't need it to be hot. Just need it to be steam. Sorry, what? What was your question? Oh yeah, that was... I don't know why that got moved. It doesn't necessarily need to store steam there. If you have a better way to generate steam or provide steam there, like if this station could just request steam and the station that makes steam could just, you know, provide steam, it'd be fine. Do I need the ash from the boiling setup? No. No, I just was creating a small amount of steam. The boilers there are from when I was trying to create the lobster and the Corlex and also the sponge and also whatever this thing was called. The, I forget. It was the one that someone else was working on. The not lobster. This one. Ziffia. Ziffia foy. Basically, all that crap was created because I needed to run all this stuff. But I think it should stay intact unless there's a specific better recipe you can replace it with. Like, it's been useful to just still have the plasmid right there, the moss gene samples, the bio samples, the fatal serum. When I'm making coke, should I burn the coal to a standard boiler or use electric? Hot coke as in the gas? I'm pretty sure that there is hot coke exportable coke oven gas. Is that what you're talking about? I have available space to output stuff. Two exports. Two liquid exports. I could usurp that top nitrogen. I'm gonna do some lard stuff. Why not? How dare it be slightly too big. Weird how it doesn't want to let me put it where I want it. Well, like, it won't let me rotate. Whatever. Macaron and lard. Easy peasy, all done. Oh, it's an old station. That needs to get updated. That's on my list. .1 items a second is 3 inserters, which is close enough to justify a shoot, in my opinion. Alright, steam. Okay, I'm gonna have to take over the top nitrogen. Maybe the bottom one's easier. Pump, 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 pump. I know I have pumps. There. No, we're already working. Okay, so we're gonna put glycerol up into the top tank. And whatever the hell oleochemicals are. And this was glycerol. I'm gonna probably need to set up some sort of, well, I don't know how important the nitrogen production is to the train grid. The fact that it had 2 stations makes me think that maybe it's supposed to cover a lot of our need. I guess we could just do some research on what oleochemicals are for and maybe do something directly with them right now. They can be used to make plastic. Just mix it with methanol. They can also be used to make rubber. Or lube. Nice. This only consumes... oh, it's 23. 23 oleochemicals per second. And I'm making 120. Could support about 4 machines, just making plastic. Do we need more plastic? I'd have to import methanol. Freaking fluids in this game, man. There's too many fluids. Well, let's do some research on plastic again. We have 17,000. Seems like plenty. 12,000 at one station. Just chilling. Completely full. I don't think we need to make plastic. What about rubber? $10,000 rubber. Wow, 10,000 rubber from just like a couple 4 machines? 4. Making 1 a second. How do we have 10,000? Jeez. Well, whatever. It's available to the network. The glycerol is also available, but there's a lot less. I'm just going to set up the, if I can find it, the logic that I've seen a couple times that Jawi had for dumping fluids. Like a 9 fluid thing somewhere. I have no idea where. I don't even remember which fluids it had. Here. That's assuming that these fluids go into sinkholes. Glycerol's for making explosives. Ooh-ee. We actually already have cliff explosives available. Wait, we might need these. Drilling fluid type 1 comes from explosives. Made in fracking rig. Any acid gas nearby? It could be. Not a ton. But I thought I heard, didn't we have sulfuric acid come online? 2 stations with about 40,000. This is not a very large amount of glycerol production, but maybe it makes sense to import the glycerol and then make the explosives in the bot mall instead of trying to set it up here, because then I'm waiting on 60 glycerol per second, which means I'm getting about 2.5 explosives per second, which is that's it. Although it is 5. Oh, that's already factored in. Pack size of 50. Takes 13 minutes to fill a train. I think I'm just gonna leave the glycerol here. And someone can import it if they want, but I do think we're going to need the stone wool, so I'm worried about the oleochemicals getting overflowed. So far, this is the only station that provides them. What the hell is all this shit? I know what those two are. 100 oleifins per second. Use that. Mix it. Make lube. 1-to-1 ratio. And that would it consume some of the oleochemicals? You could do like 4 of these things and just make 300 lube a second. That totally sounds like something that I would do. You can never have enough lube. Of course, I'm out about export locations. We do. Oh, right. Perfect. Someone said we use it, therefore I'm allowed to do it. We need these things. Some of these I might be able to just like make really, really easily on site, but I figure they're probably a byproduct of. Oh, nice! The 60,000 goes negative automatically too if you change that setting. I had been adding a negative every time, and I don't need to. Nice. Carbon dioxide's already on the way. I guess that might make sense to overflow export these if possible. I wish I had a better requester station now. Maybe I can get it over to here? Nope. Maybe we can fit a requester station in there. Oh, not requester, provider. Yeah, that works. Crap. Forgot what I needed. Like a cyanish shiny plate. Let me know when you see it. That one? Probably that one. Yeah. Need very little, so I'm just gonna use a half belt. Try to avoid too much belt storage. Just waiting on delivery of 4,000 Nextlet plate, which is already here. Man, the trains are really kicking ass today. And we're back storing over here. Maybe if there, it would be so nice if there was like one spot where you could just place one electric pole and it would connect. But I've not been able to find one. There's a couple of them right on the rail. Wait. There. Okay, so I'm gonna store the oleochemicals and the nitroglycerin. Or the nitroglycerin, what? No. Lube. Oh, nice being within range of a station that has iron in it. Also, am I just like not requesting fluid management or something, or do I need to update? Should update fluid management. He's more than just 200, or more than 100 rather. I remember when I used to think that vanilla Factorio oil, like light oil, petroleum, and heavy oil was like complicated to manage. Remember that? I remember that. Oh, I see. He broke, by he, I mean me, because he used chutes. And now he's importing lard. Only uses 4.7, so just 1/2 belt. It's my fault for not checking, but having an unfiltered output on a warehouse is kind of guaranteed to cause problems at some point. Yeah, I'm slowly exporting it to YouTube. I'm gonna do a couple videos a day, and if I can, assuming that there aren't copyright problems. Try to get caught up a little bit quicker. Because we're on episode 20, or like session 27. On the other hand, I don't think I'm gonna be doing this many sessions in the future, so perhaps it'd be better to take my time. That does not look like it reaches. There's a pipe to ground there. That still didn't fix it. Oh, I don't actually have a pipe. There we go. We have lube. 300 lube per second. The right symbol? Guess so. And exporting overflow oleochemicals for something that was in the middle. This, olefins. If we don't need the lubricants. Make sure that this thing got fixed. That loader's not built yet. Nitrogen contaminant can create pressurized air? Huh. I thought this thing could just make pressurized air because it wanted to. Yeah. It can make 200 pressurized air per second. Just cause. So why would you do it with... It's slower. And it costs a megawatt. Like, why not just vent it? Weird. Oh, that's interesting. Our fungus, the Fowley, and the Arcad eggs are going to be interested in this nitrogen contaminant. Perhaps that's why it exists. Oh, a hard mode recipe, so that's how you can get rid of that fluid if you can't just... Let me guess, hard mode, you can't make pressurized air out of air? You have to actually, like, make it? I don't have enough hydrogen. .800 hydrogen per second. Could do some more water electrolysis down here. Ah, no, that only makes 20. That's crap. I'm not gonna build 200 of them. No, I'd have to build 800 divided by 20, whatever that is. 40? Better to just keep on importing. Unless this one makes a ridiculous amount per second. Kind of weird having the lubricant right here and then not having space for it. You know what? In fact, I think I'm gonna change this. I'm gonna send the nitrogen and the oxygen from this thing into the one that's right next to it, and then I'm gonna hook up these two other resources into the other two tanks so that we do have access to all of them. I just really feel like you never know when you're gonna need a resource. An intermediate, specifically. It's always good to plan ahead. Hope there isn't a train on the way to pick this nitrogen up. Might break it. Okay, we're going to hook up this thing. And wait, oleochemicals? Did I ever do it? I guess I only needed one of them. There was only one intermediate that I didn't hook up. Oops. Olefins. Sounds a lot like OnlyFans. Hee. Yeah, because we got oleochemicals here, olefins, and glycerol. I mean, I guess I could make some organic solvent in the last container while I'm here. Take 10 bones with some steam and make bone meal. One bone meal per second. So 2 fluidized bed reactors to 1 filter. Plus I already have steam here. We're consuming 20. Nice and stable. This is perfectly ratioed, but only if we're making lubricant, so I could just make a little. I wouldn't want to make like 20 of these combos, but Maybe like 100 of it, just to have some. Assuming that it's not available yet. It is available. Alright, so there's not much of a reason to do that then. Any need for methanol or petroleum gas? Or gasoline, maybe? Oh, I have an excellent plate here already. Wait. That's interesting. Lard is making me... Alright, I chose the one that uses Nexlet plate instead of nichrome. Didn't I? No. Oh, it's the olefin plant itself that does it. Okay. Considering they both need Nexlet plate, it's like kind of convenient. And it needs hydrogen. Which I swear I already had here. Did I? Yeah, right here.
Long pause. I am sure there is a joke in here about the Spanish Inquisition.
You got me. Wow. Oh. I have been so focused on Factorio for the last, like, month that I kind of forgot that that was a thing, and that is terrifying. Thank you, Varkathrin. Yeah, it's supposed to be loud. That way it gets my attention. Usually I have, like, EU4 music going on. Not, kind of chill, quiet Factorio stuff. We would have to import light oil. They're not symmetrical, are they? Yes, they are. That seems hard to imagine that having the potential to make gasoline and lubricant from olefins, like, depending on what we need, like either fuel value or lube, seems pretty useful. Thanks. Just one slight problem. Let me know when you see it. What is up with the bones? Is it purely decorative, or does it have a function? Well, we have lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of animals that we murder. That's basically what this game is all about. You might have thought that it was about factory, like, building and, like, organization and logistics and stuff, but no, it's really mostly just about meat on belts. There's, like, severed, you know, bones and spinal columns and lard and brains, and the bones themselves, as we just saw, we're gonna turn into bone meal, and then the bone meal is being used to make, it can be used to make organic solvent. I'm not going to do that recipe. That was just one of the options. Bone meal is one of the things that we need for biological samples, apparently. And it's also required for sap trees Mark II. Because reasons. It's going to be a lot of work to rip up these pipes and make a little bit more room. Dang it. Maybe I don't need this much stone wool. Let's reduce stone wool production by 16% and just not worry about real life time spent refactoring. I built that basically as almost precautionary. Like I don't know if I need it. I assume we're gonna need it. It was in a lot of recipes, but so close. Okay, this way I'm not interfering with the pipes on the right. I just have to reroute the output. Maybe we go this way instead. Maybe I should work on the side that I can actually see. That would be a great idea. Now it'll totally fit. Nice. Building vertically would help. Yeah, I could have maybe fit it here or here, like done 2 on top and 2 on bottom, but I had my heart set on the thing that I already designed. Anybody have any cop? Not very far from the mall, so I guess I can just run there. I still have these, oh crap, I trashed them. Whoops. Some sort of animal thing. The sponge? Is that what it was? Sea sponge. Accidentally trashed them at some point. Hopefully the robots know where they are. No copper. Okay, that was over here. Alright, as soon as I finish this, I have a note to go upgrade a station that's related to this station, so I need to do that. I have a note from yesterday to increase Yadel's production, whatever the hell those are. I have no experience with them. Also, the robots have actually managed to build this out before I can get back to it. Wow. Well, impressive. Alright, we gotta double check these connections because they are not real. The hydrogen looks wrong and weird. Thousand military science packs, okay. Need to request light oil. Light oil is supposed to run through this one. Night oil on the way. We're making gas. I see all four running. All four running. All four running. Much lube. Okay, next I just need to up the gasoline output to here. Nice. That's a really interesting little combo. I like it. Olefin plants with Nextla plates making lube and or gas. I could even theoretically set up some logic. Turn off the machines if the tank that wants to send a train, because I can only run one side or the other. Can't do both. I probably should. Wouldn't be hard to do. Alright, so the circumstances are if gasoline is less than 50,000 in the warehouse, which is less than a train, carried on the red wire. Then we're going to output the symbol for gasoline. Okay, both are less than full. But I'd rather it not work on both equally. I'd rather it fill one than the other. Because, like, if both are needed, then it just divides the production in half, and that seems silly. Wait. Lubricant's not stored here. Lubricant's stored down there. Bet. Maybe it's time to build big poles for the first time? I need to isolate the signals. Otherwise it's going to confuse the trains. I can't send red from one station to another station. I'm going to measure the lubricant supply with a screen. each times 1 output each. And then switch to a red wire. Need to be careful that the trains don't get confused and try to get dispatched to pick up lubricant at the wrong station, so I need to do the same thing at both stations. Or I suppose I could have just used the green wire. Too late. Alright, so I should have 5 isolated signals. Shouldn't be interfering with Cybersyn. He says, before the whole system breaks, probably. So if the value of lubricant is less than 50k, then we are going to output lubricant. If lubricant is active, then these are going to enable disable based on that. That just, right now, that just shuts them both off at 50k though. Also, outputting gasoline, but I'm not getting gasoline. Okay. Now I don't want them to stop at 50k always. Just want them to stop at 50k if the other one is below 50k. I don't know, it's probably not that important actually, not really worth the effort to make it like perfect, because as soon as like I put a ton of effort and logic into it, then the train's just gonna come and pick up 50,000 of the thing that I had told it to stop making. and then it's gonna go right back to making it again. Why isn't gasoline running? There's no hydrogen. Yeah, I can check if buildings are running, but it just... I don't know. I thought I had an idea, but I don't think I have an idea. Nothing is actually... Well, I'm mostly sure I didn't make too many mistakes, but who knows? Guess I'm gonna go and try to maybe update this station. I can't believe we still have brand new, like the first tier of stations that we designed on the map. Yeah, Princess Luna, I remember that. I remember, maybe I'm thinking of Minecraft though, like I remember being able to like post green bracketed things like... Oh, there we go. You just have to have this thing opened while you're cooking and then you hold shift. Easy peasy. So I wonder why we aren't often adding robots. Never got rid of these three. Output full. You have to have less than 50. Okay, it still works just fine. Just wanted to make sure that it wasn't counting the robots that were flying as part of the 50, and therefore it could never run. Also, that's plastic on the belt for some reason. Probably make sure that these guys have a filter to only pick up the correct thing. No clue how that belt got there. That plastic got there, rather. If we need more robots, it's gotta be fast. Incredibly small request amounts. That's... One of these days, a train is going to run me over so hard, and I'm just gonna be worse than the Declare War sound from E4. Methanol. How does one place an aerial turbine in an electrical network? Like, does it mean you gotta like land, like, within the thing? I guess that's what it means. Are these things good? They don't show up in the power setup, so... I also have no idea where they went. They're missing. Oh, there one is. I'm reading it correctly. It's going to last 22 minutes. I don't know what they mean by 2.3 gigajoules out of 3.6 gigajoules. No, J-Way. I'm not sure why effectivity keeps going up. I also don't know why it's got two windows. There's one here and one here. Is this like where it's gonna go? Does that mean you need to have accumulators for them to be good, or? Not much of an explanation, and they cost a whole bunch of crap, so maybe I should stop playing with them. Yeah, you've been, I saw you do some pretty big water builds. Yeah, like this one. With just barely enough landfill to emit. The fish must be so happy. It's probably worse than for the birds with windmills. Geez, they only generate 6 megawatts. How did you get that much power then? 290 in one brick? Oof, they are expensive though, wow. 10 mechanical parts, 10 intermetallics, gearboxes, shafts, brakes. Whatever, I'm gonna focus on Sea Sponge. I was gonna go fix the station, but I forgot, and I don't want to do it now. If anyone wants to update that, feel free. But I'm gonna look at Sea Sponges. We do not have a Sea Sponge upgrade available yet. It looks like. Data Array Amplifier uses one of the X-band satellites to boost the connection with the Earth interorbital database. The communication between data array and satellite will be in a more concentrated wave. However, energy requirements will increase geometrically. 10% productivity on the satellite amplifier. I assume that that's like just 10% productivity on one entity, like this one, the data array, considering that it says data array. Do we really care about 10% productivity on data array? I mean, there are a couple chains where you do multiple 10%s, but I don't know, that doesn't seem very... Every time it shows like a 5 or 10% productivity bonus, I don't get very excited. Install an improved transcoder into your data arrays. This chip will allow the automatic digital storage and duplication of genetic Earth samples given a template object. So just have infinite generic Earth DNA samples by having a whole bunch of these run and spend power. Otherwise, right now, they come from 10 biosamples, which is native flora in a biocontainer, and automation science packs. Also seems quite minor. Solar panels. Cover some areas of the dishes with solar panels to improve energy savings and increase download speeds. You will also learn a cost-effective way to produce simple solar cells. Plus 30% speed for the data array entity. Reduces energy consumption, which is only 1.24 megawatts. So 30% of that. Solar panel turd. Just glass, zinc plate, water barrel. Max output 1.5 megawatts. That is so much cheaper than tidal power. Build 4 of these and you get 6 megawatts max power during the day. And it just costs glass and zinc. Plastic tube. I know how much Ming loves solar. Just out of curiosity, if we had the ability to make this, I want to check the train grid for like supply of all this stuff. We have no ceramic capacitors. Nice. 17K plastic. I assume we're doing totally fine on zinc. Yeah, 80,000. 82,000 glass. So the only thing we are lacking really is at all is the ceramic capacitors, which are made by what? They're an ingredient in green circuits, and they're just ceramics and tin plate. And I'm guessing that we do have them. They're just not exported to the grid. 24,000 green circuits available here. The ceramic thingers are made here. And it's just, yeah, just goes underneath all the green circuit makers and does not overflow. That's an easy fix. Although, I'm not saying we have to take that turd, but I mean solar panels. Sounds way more valuable to me than 10% productivity on something that barely ever runs. Is that train still messed up? I mentioned that I might have messed up a train because I did temporarily connect two stations via red wire, which probably tricked CyberSyn into thinking that it could pick up lubricant from a station that doesn't actually have lubricant. I didn't stick around long enough to figure out if I had actually broken it or not, though, so... wonder if it makes sense to put all this stuff on the grid. Electronics Mark 1. Electronics Mark 1 are going to be something we make fairly soon to mix with all kinds of stuff and then make a nacelle. I'm sold. Might as well let all these machines run, huh? You know they want to. Solder's not needed because it's an import? I suppose it could end up creating a loop. Solder and batteries are Both bad, huh? Six. Alright. Oh man, I am so tired today. I just need a good night's rest, man. That's certainly a lot of iron ore. What would it take to start actually printing just some integration science packs? We have zipper eggs, we have moss, we have arcad honey. The flavonoids I'm not sure about. I know we have seaweed. Yadles is the flavonoids issue. I know I saw Yadles, but I don't know where. Was like really close by to where I was working, but not right next door. Also, what's wrong with my lobsters? Why is there no basic substrate? Extra zippier available. Isn't there like a off button on this? I could pause. Someone was making flavonoids yesterday. Does that mean they're done? I remember seeing the Adels, but 65k flavonoids? Wait, hold on. Look at all that stuff that's on its way. We don't have Paragon. Artificial blood I made for one of the animals. I know we have cotton gut. I don't know about cryostatics or subcritical water, but I think we're pretty close to that if we can scale up this artificial blood production over here. Needs more Flutech PP6, which wants more cobalt extract, which wants more mixed ores, which... The problem is we're just not asking for it, because I did set that up. Nice, smart. I'll double check that there isn't like a second mixed ore signal or something. There's not. We have 10,000. And I'm requesting it at the trains, so why no deliver? Because there's already some here. There's something wrong with the logic. It's not kicking everything out of the network. I'm gonna try turning off the buffer control. Like, tell all the robots not to help. And then I want to see if there is an issue with the buffer control, like, functioning as requests. Reducing... What was the other one? I also don't really know if that's actually helped at all. I haven't heard any feedback. And there may have been feedback and I just ignored it though. Yeah, so we're not requesting any of that, which should greatly reduce the request for signal. Why is it saying we're requesting 5,000 rail signal? I suppose if everyone has the logistic request for, like, train management on, that might add up. There's nothing inherently bad about the mechanical inserter. Honestly, it's a wonderful entity. If you don't need power or you don't need the speed, then it's not any worse for performance or UPS than anything else. Like, it just comes down to, like, if you're doing a build that wants, like, 4 inserters because you need 0.77 times 4 swings to get 3 per second, we would be better off just using a fast inserter because that's 2.31. It's, like, equivalent to 3. And as far as I understand, it's not the same. Like, I think these are better for performance, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, I think the issue is just that I need to set the requests much, much higher to trigger the logic to kick it out of the warehouse. Then we won't have to worry about that because the warehouses will actually be not, they'll be logistics warehouses. I demand 3,000 mixed ores. It should immediately show up as a demand. And yet the input signal is 1,700. There we go, we got a burst of it now. Oof. This thing needs 10 times as much cyanic acid as I'm making. Need to find a better way to make cyanic acid. Fish hydrolysate. Fish hydrolysate, we're basically put 10 fish into some sulfuric acid water and then watch what happens to them. No meow cat. No meow. Fish supply seems to still be quite low. We should definitely store more fish. There's space. Because it only has half a belt to load, it's very, very slow. Okay, so it looks like we might be able to use this recipe. Make fish hydrolysates. Pancake, stop yelling at me. Stop yelling at me. I said stop. Stop it! And the reason that we wanted to make the fish hydrolysate again was what? Make cyanic water out of ammonia? Okay, we have ammonia. Seems like a better way to make cyanic acid. Like 20 per second. Compared to this thing making 3.75, that's pretty good though. Pancake, stop! Stop it. You're doing the thing. There's cyanic acid in this system and it's not available. Hmm. Three fluid inputs, two fluid outputs. Yeah, machines are too big. Your whole point is to make the hydrolysate stuff, which is on that side. We're gonna need bioreactors, or cooling towers, rather. Alien water. You can easily just import salt and make it. Hmm. All this just to make 40 ionic acid per second, which I need for some reason. Something to do with, this. Cobalt extract tailings. Maybe there's a better, easier way to get cobalt extract? Nope. Not true. There's a Nissi cobalt extract. Vacuum cobalt extract. Oh no, that gets rid of your cobalt extract. Cobalt enriched biomass. Just need Tech 5. Easy. Seems like we're going to be doing a lot with manure soon. This manure bacteria stuff. Or maybe we already did when someone built out Tufra. Nice, good eye. I mean, it's way overkill for the amount of saline water I need, so it probably wouldn't have ever even been discovered, but... Well... I've already forgotten how this thing hooked in. I think I had it hooking in here. That's why it's not wanting to do it. This gets me 120 cyanic acid and 120 wastewater. Hmm. I don't know. I need to get some water. I'm losing my focus. Ugh, today's not a very productive day for me. All this is because I'm trying to get more basic substrate. I think. Wasn't it? Pretty sure you should have plenty of this stuff. It's just not delivered yet. A red one is something that's got to be built in a different thing, I think. That's steam right there, isn't it? Yeah. We have a tier 2 seaweed recipe that we're not using. I'm guessing it's the same thing as before, where it's going to be... .5 2.5x is productive. Yep, on the dot. Already forgotten why I need a gar. It's for something. Ah, the petri dishes. Surprising. Here to have plenty of molten glass. Lacking crushed quartz though. Those are things I want. And the whole warehouse is full of them. I swear I've requested all of that stuff, haven't I? Do I just need to figure out some circuit logic that just requests everything? Because they should be bringing stuff here. God, there's so many. I thought I had solved the send stuff to the train mall situation, but apparently I have not. Because it requires manually entering in every single item. There's got to be some way to ping the train network and see what it has that we need for science packs or something. Whether they are direct components or if they are ingredients of the components that we need, and like try to centralize some of this crap. Biosamples are coming. Yeah, there's a problem with the Cassian loading. Right now I'm spending too much time duplicating, oh shit, I didn't mean to tell it to do that. I meant to go there. Well, it's telling me to go there. I'll sort it out. I'm just gonna empty the train and do whatever. CyberSyn requester content reader is the answer. Yeah, I probably have been ignoring this too long. I just thought that they were different train stops. I thought they were all talk more stuff. Stop trying to send me home. Did it get messed up because it was a mall request and the mall request is at 10 or 20 stacks instead of 40 or something? $3,400 water per second? And it has one water pump? You need 3. Well, it's only 4:30, but based on my energy today, I think I'm gonna have to wrap up pretty soon. Take it easy today. And I want to go look at the accommodators and poke around with those a bit. Read everything it says. This one I've seen before. That one I've seen before. Ironically, this was set up for multiple pumps, but just only had one. $3,400 is less than $3,600. I'll just give it one more for good measure. Better to be safe than sorry. Molybdenum plate. Where did that happen? Scientific archer doing science. Where did you get the trioxide? We're using filtration media and those look interesting. Oh, cool. So these ones are the type of drills that actually require drill heads. That's a interesting system. Realistic. Looks like they reach, what, one behind? Or one outside of each other, or... We have a problem with the arcades again. We've got multiple queens hatching constantly, but They, they keep seeming to fail. There are no nests, there are no maggots. Well, now that we have zippiers, like... We have, 129 zippiers that are not being used as modules right now, so we could start murdering them. But I'd also like to build a bigger lobster farm. I really like this mod. If you haven't seen this yet, try this, anyone who's in game. Go to mod settings, go to per player. Roll down onto the pipe visualization overlay. And try putting it higher than the base of like 0.4. Like at 0.9, it looks like this whenever you interact with pipes. Like, the colors of the pipes become so much more vivid and clear, like what's going on with the different fluids, because each color is a different fluid. This is a Ryguard mod, by the way. Very cool. Alright, let's play with combinators. So if you just put down a CyberSyn requester content reader... Red is what's being delivered. Green is what is being requested. Has an incredibly large amount of formic acid. This is the first time I've seen it listed in numeric order. Usually when you hover over the, when you're on this interface, the inventory screen, it's kind of annoying because it's random. Like, it's hard to get a gauge for, like, what do we have a lot of? Because it's not in order. But that's pretty clear. So... I hate how it pulls up the electrical grid when you try to look at combinator stuff when you click on an electric pole and instead of a combinator. I don't know why, I really prefer being able to see this interface, and I like having the tooltip. I don't like... You can see when you hover over the pole, but you can't click it. I don't know why. It bothers me. Contents and requests. So what kind of logic might make sense? Is it reasonable to say something silly like if the train grid has an item and it has a full train grid, like a full train worth, or at least the mole requester multiplier amount, and they're, you know, it's not here, then just send one to the mall. Like, just do it. So that would be arithmetic combinator red. Each signal that is red minus signal that is green. Coming from the provider content reader. No, the other way around. I wonder how that would work with fluid, though. You can't just, like, the mall can't accept all fluids, right? Does the Molten just never... It's not capable of fluids? Do I not need to worry about that? I mean, if we count up the total amount of storage that we have in just the warehouses, there are 8 of them plus a 9th. That's 800 slots times 9. So even if we requested 20 slots or 20 stacks of every entity, we could have 360 different entities before we'd even get close, like before we'd have to worry about running out of space. I mean, some of them, they are kind of full. More full than I would expect. Like, it's a lot of space. It must be including all of the stuff that's in the mall, too. Because I highly doubt that all of these items are made in trains. Either I messed the language, like the logic up, or... I'm under the impression that a CyberSyn provider content reader reads... Wait, maybe... Hawkmore, what do you know about the network filter stuff? Can we, like, set the mall to a different network filter so that its contents don't count towards the provider CyberSyn nominator? Or is it like a permanent thing? Like, can it be changed dynamically? Signals used to identify which network this combinator is a member of. Trains will only be dispatched from depots to provider and requester stations if they are all identified. Same signal. When we go into here and we look at stations, I'm guessing that every single station has network signal A. And is that just configured at the station itself? Here? And it is being passed by the CyberSyn constant combinator A255. Determines network A. Interesting. Oh, okay. Well, basically, talk more. I'm running into an issue where, like, I'm duplicating a lot of stuff that I can't really fully tell that it's been built. I can't inspect every train brick, you know? So I'm, like, trying to get the 4th science pack going, and I came over here and I had to add all this stuff, like, starting from, like, back here, like, filtration media, fall away, like, Cassian, obviously, that needs to come to the network. But then, like, petri dishes, filled petri dishes, basic substrate, moss gene samples, ground samples, all this stuff. We don't have it. And I thought that my logic was bringing stuff here based on this thing here. And it does sometimes, but it also... For some reason, it's always wanting lots and lots of train signals, and I can't figure out why it thinks that we need 4,000 of each train. There's not that many that are not built. I checked my buffer chests and removed most of the ones that were requesting entire logistic groups. I'm wondering if there's like a buffer chest somewhere that's set to use a logistics group from one of the required mats builds or something. Artificially inflating the signals and all that stuff. And before you think, anyone, that it's my buffer chest setup, I already changed the global buffer control to 0, so 0% of logistic bots are used for buffer chests, which means that the buffer chests are requesting nothing. So it's not that they are messing with it. But part of the problem, Talkmore, is that if I take the time to manually set each of these things, sometimes a train will bring it, but it still requires me to manually set it. So what I'm trying to do is figure out how to use the CyberSyn provider content reader to see what's in the train grid, but not the logistics grid. Subtract, then flatten the signal to 1, and then I want to pass that signal into your constant combinator. Maybe a few just like to test at first, but like right now it's claiming that it wants all these things, which doesn't make sense to me. Which makes me think that it must, I mean, it is requesting the things that I just specified, but it doesn't have all this stuff. So it makes me think that it's including the mole in its own inventory. Which got me to thinking about maybe changing it to a different train grid or like network. At least temporarily. How come it's times -30 instead of times -20? Something about this seems wrong. I said each divided by each for green both times. Oh, did I just wire it stupidly? This is already subtracting. Oh, I need to... Derp, I need to invert it. The things that we want are the things that are negative, not the things that are positive. Is that it? I think. Yeah, we want petri dishes. We want aluminium. Is it true that there are 2,200 Vrock Mark IIs out in the wild? It seems to think so, but... Is there a way to filter fluids out of a subset of a signal? As far as I know, there's no like selector combinator option for it, or... But maybe there's some sneaky clever way in base game to... You know, like one of those newfangled buttons on here that does something that I don't know about. Like, I mean, I don't modulus means, so I feel happy about that, but... Who knows, maybe one of these things is a variable that only shows fluids? I think that all of the inventory is tracked over red wire. It's not just the fluid tanks. Yeah, there's a red wire here from the cybernetic combinator directly to the warehouse. One thing that's nice about picker dollies is you can use it to, like, move stuff around without breaking the wire. And see if, see where the wires are connected. A little bit easier. There's also like a wire visualizer mod, but yeah, true. You can also cut and paste, and it doesn't move. Usually. Wastewater output is full. Because I'm a dum-dum and I broke it, the sinkhole isn't reachable. Is this another one of those recipes that makes more sense in hard mode? Like wastewater plus chlorine equals water? I don't get why. Granted, we have water fill mod and pumps are a thing, but why? Maybe people like closed loop systems or they want to burn chlorine or something? That's frustrating. Why can you sometimes pass fluids through and other times not? You know? $200,000 gravel? Jesus. It's very easy to make a lot of fluid, apparently. Feels like you should be able to click on this. Or sort this. Yeah, you can click it there, but it's still not sorted. Hmm. Why do I get the impression that this wax being completely full is probably breaking bees? Huh, you can get an Ulrich? Wait, do they like lay their eggs inside like a panther or something? I have no idea how the bees work in this. Well, that looks hideous. Why are you yelling at me so much? This is the only one that seems like it does more, like, weird stuff. Maybe you want this stuff. I think I remember this BTX thing. Crypt distillates. Uh-huh. Gunpowder sounds interesting. Bailey. Oh, there's a way to make more acid gas. Okay. Blue liquor. Hmm. One-third acid gas becomes 2 sulfur. And sulfur becomes 150 acid gas. It's not like a good exchange rate, but like the sulfur, if you have a sulfur mine, is kind of useless, and acid gas seems more useful in other ways to me. I think Pancake's had enough of me not paying attention to him today. $300 steam a second from this machine is not bad either. Alright, I'm gonna step away for a few minutes, guys. I'll be back. Be on me, cat. Oh, Jay, well, you're getting really far out there, huh? Go back. How come you can't put a piece of sulfur in the network and have it find it for you? That's silly. I'm gonna take a save right before trying this, but I want to see what happens. Also, I'm about to have a chicken pot pie and wrap up the stream, because it is late. Later than I thought, actually. Okay, I'm taking a save just in case. Watch as everything explodes. "14 trains have been shipped. But more. I want more. Let's lower the request threshold to 10. 17. How many trains do we have anyway? Is that all of them? And we have 75. Let's watch and see what they bring. Yeah, sure, seaweed. It's fine. 28, 29. Every single train's gonna be tasked with bringing shit to the mall. My only concern is that they might be doing something silly, like picking up the stuff that's in the trash distributor or something, and then bringing that back to the mall. Which is why I wanted to test it. Because I really don't understand why so many of these things are actually coming out as true, but whatever. Maybe it's just like cleaning up all the trash from stations that isn't supposed to be there. Because like this one is picking up 2 different things. Clay and pure sand. 40 trains. Titanium ore and tin. Yes, stone furnaces, bring them. Look at that, they're using the stacker for the first time. They're still out in the they're still out in the road. Okay, so they're bringing the stuff that we don't have. Like, it seems good-ish. Maybe not always, but, like, I don't want to have to spend tons of time, like, stack tracing and being like, okay, well, why don't we have this thing? Why don't we have this thing? And where is this thing in this stupid list? And what is it typed? How do I spell it? And, you know, you should just bring the shit that's not here, so that we don't have to do any of that. This is obviously overkill, but that's the purpose of the experiment. I'm very interested in these multi-content trains too, like, that's cool. Why did it do that? That is cool. This one brought, like, all fiber in the front, half fiber plus 1 extra plus sand casting, like, and now it's broken? "43 trains. Are they so traffic jammed that they can't get out? I think that's what's happening now. They're queued. There's a thing you can turn on in the F4 button to show train chunks, I think. Wait signal, wait signal, wait signal, wait signal. Yeah. What do you mean I can't just radically change the train system and suddenly summon 40 trains to the depot? What do you mean your system can't handle 46 trains? Talk more? Alright, so we're gonna, I need to wrap up here, but clearly, if I were to continue experimenting with it and try to figure out how to, like, centralize resources better, we'll need a bigger stacker. Or perhaps the simplest solution is to, in here, train limit. There is a train limit on every other normal station. All have a train limit of, like, 3. The mall itself has no train limit. Perhaps we should introduce one. Equal to the number of overloaded bots. And then maybe the system might actually work. But the real question again is, like, are these resources that we don't have, and are the trains actually bringing stuff that might make it easier to bot mall and, like, go nuts with bots and, like, really start producing resources without understanding how it's happening? Or are they just bringing random shit here that's useless and is going to overload the warehouses? I don't know what we're going to do with however many rocks that is. 1,500 rocks. We can cage them and uncage them and then cage them and then uncage them and then cage them and then uncage them. I already set that loop up. All the animals have it set up. Somewhere. Yeah, right here. See, we put them in a cage, we take them out of the cage. Put them in the cage, we take them out of the cage. Put them in the cage, we take them out of the cage. Put them in the cage, we take them out of the cage. Over and over and over and over. Alright, well clearly I am not going to make you try to solve this train deadlock. Dockmore, that's ridiculous. I'm just going to quit without saving. But I think we should strongly consider, first thing, next session, before I do any further experimentation, that we should introduce a train limit. At least for now. Okay, gotta wrap up for today. I'll see you soon.